Hmm. Okay. I'm gonna be starting Scott Robertson's book. I have it on my desk too. Um, but I figured that this will be easier. Hey, Hugo, what's up, dude? That first part, so he goes through drawing materials. We're not gonna be using that because I don't have any of it. I just have a pencil, and it's a digital pencil. So, um, it starts with basics, but these basics are built upon. So I'm gonna do all of it. Oops, made a new browser image instead of what's called. Awesome, man. I hope you're excited for perspective. Perspective is so exciting. Photoshop helps a little bit because it has like a 10% stabilizer enabled on every brush you have. So it stabilizes it just a little bit. As long as you're using your arm, it's gonna stabilize it. So make it a little bit to see. So this is like with cheats enabled. I could try to disable them, see what happens. Hey, Vatra Rogue, what's up, dude? How's it going, Fire Onyx? This is without stabilization enabled. You see, it's still like almost straight, but it's not as straight. I'm gonna leave 10% on because like every other brush has it, and I'm too lazy to switch them all, and so it's just gonna be. But I feel it. I feel it. It's like it considerably changes what I'm doing as long as it's from point to point, so I feel it like slow down and go like that. Pretty good. As you can hear, the internet is probably gonna suffer. Usually when landscaping happens, that means that I might have to close the window because it's super loud. Give me 1 second. Give me a second. I'm gonna turn on local and just go with that. So that shouldn't be as loud. Before it was pretty loud, so no, because I could hear it through my headphones loudly. So, but yeah, this is Scott Robertson's book. We're gonna be going through it. I finished Hampton's book, so here we go. Book 1, and then it's book 2. You can always go through the VOD if you're. Straight lines are much harder for me. The horizontal ones rather than because I'm usually drawing this way. And not, straight lines. I have to take my hand off of my armchair. The problem with straight lines is that it's hard to do them with. The good news is I almost never have to do a horizontal line, like a straight horizontal line. Like I have to do simple ones that are close to horizontal, but never like at a 0-degree angle. Never like this. So thankfully, and if I do, I just do it with the ruler. I feel like there's, or this way, which is even easier. But hey, I think drawing, you're supposed to use the ruler. I think that's supposed to happen. You're not supposed to not do that. But yeah, drawing parallel lines. Start off with shorter lines, sometimes 3-inch range, and work out the full length of the paper. Make sure to engage the entire arm. Yeah, I usually don't use like the entire arm because like my tablet is much smaller. I can only use my wrist and arm and like what's it called forearm. I'm mainly drawing with my forearm. The good news is that traditional artists can't do this. So even with the wrist, I can make like a 20-inch line as long as it's like. Oh, why is there like? Oh no, that I was like, why is there like a what's it called? But as soon as I zoom out, I can make a really long line without having to. That's actually a kind of helpful tip is just zoom out when you're drawing straight lines because your wrist and your arm becomes your arm for that. I feel like. Thankfully digital is here. I don't have to. If I had like a real drawing setup, then I would use my arm. I actually had the opportunity to buy one, like one of those tables that's like this, you know, and it actually had like the thing, and it was like a real sketching table. It's super dope. And I've kind of like modeled my desk after this, even though and drawing space after this, even though like I've seen people draw on like a regular desk and they have their tablet like here and they'll put their fat hands over here. And I'm like, why would you do that when instead you could just tilt your tablet this way? You know, have it that way. As long as you have a second shelf, you know. And that's like my drawing space. I prefer tilted because it allows you to draw better. And it allows your hand not to get like crazy fatigued. I figure that's like one of the problems that most artists face is your two main enemies is one, depression, and two, like your broken arm. I feel like most artists succumb to one of the two. Let's see. Let's go. Aiming lines to the points. So this is a good exercise. If I could see the points, though, I made the points a little bit too small. But yeah, aiming hard, aiming difficult. No. Close enough. Aiming point to point. I would suggest this one. This drawing exercise is actually not bad. I missed. Shit. This is hard. The farther away the point is, the harder it is to get it. Let's see here. Quick response to chat, and then, all right. Responding to Discord chat is a little bit difficult. I think I'm gonna close Discord for a little while. Respond to it later. Below are two ways of practicing. First, draw a couple points on the page and connect them. Remember to rotate the paper, orient one straight line that the body knows how to draw. It's fine to overshoot the point slightly to improve flow. I think, yeah, if you aim farther down, it might be easier. But my accuracy's not amazing. Not amazing. It takes me like 3 shots for any one line. I feel like that's better than, 4 shots for one line, but, Welcome back. The second exercise is to draw lines that meet in 1 point. I feel like that's a little easier. Oh. Oh. The more lines, the more difficult it gets. Ah. 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 Yeah, the more lines, the more difficult it gets. Oh. I think that's enough. Anyway, so I mean, these are solid drawing exercises. I feel like if you're getting into perspective, this is where everyone should start out. This is the first perspective drawing. This is the first grid, I guess. Drawing boxes in perspective. A fun way to practice drawing straight lines is to draw boxes in 1 point perspective. Draw a horizon line and choose a vanishing point. Draw a rectangle and connect each corner to the VP. Okay, so... I guess I'm going to draw a rectangle here. Horizontal lines always kill me, man. I wish I could draw horizontal lines a little bit. I feel like that would be the main thing. Vertical lines, a little easier. A little easier. I'm not gonna get to like as perfect as I think Scott is doing, because I think he's not doing it freehand. I think he's doing it with a ruler, which is fine. I think you're supposed to do it with a ruler, especially if you're just doing like a drawing manual. It's like, oh yeah, I'm gonna freehand this, because it is difficult to actually drawing a box freehand is difficult when you actually are trying. Usually I'm not trying to make it very perfect. I'm just trying to make it like a box. But that is a box. I feel like with the way I usually do it is this way, and then it becomes like super, super easy. And then I'm just drawing a box, and then I don't have to do it freehand, you know? And then that is how you actually do it, you know, when you need to do something instead of freehand, which is like brain cancer. Freehand teaches you how to like to be accurate though, so it's not worthless as a skill. It's just like no one ever does it that way. I don't think. I think everyone just uses ruler. I watched the last parts of the Mullins sci-fi class yesterday. It was painful seeing him fail at perspective. He had both vanishing points on the same side of the object. When he has like very, very difficult perspectives usually. Sometimes he creates a third vanishing point in his work. Let me see. Let me see. Let me see. Yeah, but most of these are like sometimes he'll make objects with their own separate vanishing points. I can't find that one that I'm looking at. It was a promotional Halo painting. I don't remember where it was. I've definitely seen it, and I remember it was him who did it, but most of these are like 2 point, and then sometimes he'll have like an object that escapes 2 point. I actually try to freehand my perspective. I freehand as much of it as possible But like if I need it, I'm gonna use the ruler. I can't find the super duper. Let me see if I can zoom out. Maybe there's a couple of them that had really interesting perspective, but you don't really need it. You just use 2-point and you can get away with it. It's fine. You don't need a bunch of objects with their own vanishing points. This one was rather interesting, actually. I'm not sure, like, but I remember one where I took it apart, and the perspective wasn't. This one has a really neat perspective. I think this one was actually computer generated, like part of it, in part, because it was way too hard to do, I think. Yeah, this one has like like all the lines go to the bottom point, and it's looking down. It's difficult to think and see this, actually. I like this one a lot. Hey, Portalina, thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. But yeah, I might have to yeah, I think most people when they're like streaming or whatever, it's like you can't expect them to what's called to just do all the things all the time. Also, isn't Mullins like 60 now? Let me try this one more time. See if my perspective's warming up, because I've been fuck, stupid lines. I'm warming up my hands. This is the first 2 sketches, so we'll get it. Draw through means to draw even though the edges that would not be seen because they are behind the box. Draw the complete box with the light construction lines, then darken the inside edges and the outlines of the box. The outlines should get darkest. Trace lines again and achieve different line weights. Oh, this is the hard part for me usually. The drawing of like very accurate objects. Everything else is fine. Like I could do like all kinds of weird abstractions. Oh no, the little square is red again. I think I'm older than him by a year. Maybe I'm 58. Okay, so I think he's about 60. Let me just double check that these lines are okay. I mean, they're very accurate for freehand, I would say. Yeah, it's about right. It's not like perfect, but it's about right. We'll say that. But I mean, like for this type of drawing, I feel like you could use a ruler, and there's no shame in it. There's no like, whoa, you can't do that. It's a box. It's not a piece of you. It's a drawing schematic. It's fine to use a little ruler once in a while. In fact, if you go back where he does the drawing supplies, he has a lot of these ellipse things, and he also has, four lines, all those things. And here's a ruler. Or is that like a graph ruler? I don't know. It seems like using rulers is fine and traditional. No erasing. That's a tough one though. Anyway, here's 2-point perspective. Very simple. I'm gonna just make the horizon line a perfect line, but yeah. Sketching in perspective requires understanding an XYZ coordinate system. Each axis points towards a vanishing point. Each plane is perpendicular to its axis. Stay in control of your drawing by always knowing which plane you are sketching. The system is used not only to sketch boxes, but all complex forms. This is pretty much true. You use it forever. Everything can be broken down into planes and simple shapes, and then any form can be broken down into simpler forms. Learning to draw straight lines and ellipses is about, but yeah, the actual like drawing of it, I think it's just something that happens automatically, and it's nice to be able to like draw a perfect circle every time, right? I don't know. There's some guy on like the internet that draws like perfect circles with chalk all the time, but he uses like his whole arm. I feel like that's cheating. But you could just use an ellipse guide. You don't need to. Here's a perfect circle right here. Perfect. Use an ellipse guide. I mean, nowadays, I saw Scott Robertson, for instance, playing around with a sketching program. I forgot what it was called. It was either Clip Studio Paint or some other program, but it wasn't Photoshop. It was some other program that was specifically for what's it called? And what it had was like these lines that allowed you to make like a grid. So they would kind of come down, and they would hold your pen, and then like wherever you positioned your pen, you could draw back to this line. And then if you moved it up here, you could still draw back to that line. So technology is gonna really beat you every time. So just yeah, I don't know if like it's worthwhile even. And then from there you could also it will also drag your cursor down if you so choose. So this was like a program doing it. I don't remember what it was called, but it was a Scott Robertson demo. I think some of them came with the book. That's where I watched it. But yeah, technology is going to beat you in straight lines and ellipses. For sure. That's okay. No one wants to see the straight lines and ellipses. Most people don't care. Like if you've ever seen a work of art, no one's looking at it like, oh, this line's not straight, you know? No one's doing that, I hope. I don't know, actually. Are they doing that? I hope not. But yeah, you draw the horizon line, and then the front corner of the box. Oh, is this how he establishes where the... No, he just I think he just picks. He just picks. It's just at the end of. Have you taken a look at Lazy Nezumi? I have, but it's standard in Photoshop now. Like I could do this. And then, you know, it's standard in Photoshop. We have a stabilizer. I just want it. I just want like the pretense of kind of still having some of me baked into it, even though it really doesn't matter. I still want it to kind of, but I could always like, and I mean the perspective tools might be nice, but like once you understand perspective, I think it's, you know, you don't really need it. And then I could draw straight lines for days. Look, I've got magical powers. Oh, it even does like curves. That's very wonky. That is very weird. I feel really like really strange. It's like it's not even my hand doing the drawing. I guess it's like when you switch it to like auto drive cruise control. Also does perspective. I mean, I kind of want to just want to. I've seen it. I've seen other artists use it. I mean, it's a tool. It's a tool. If you want to use it, you can use it. I guess I prefer the hard way. Because a lot of times I want to draw without even using tools. I just kind of want to like riff, you know? Just want to riff and just create like weird thumbnails. And to do that, I feel like you have to have done like a bunch of years of like perspective drawing, and then at that point you could draw perfect ellipses, you know? And even though it's not a good idea to just learn how to do it, I feel like eventually what you want, what my goal is, I think anyway, is to be able to do it anyway. But I'm probably not gonna like spend like a couple days just drawing ellipses, because I'll probably forget it. That's the main problem. So I'll probably forget it if it's not hard earned through like years and years. It's probably just gonna be forgotten. There's also a great lesson on Procreate. I have Procreate. I have it on my my iPad. The hard way gives more character to your lines. I like to think it's something. I like to think there's something to it. It makes it feel less robotic and more human-made, maybe. It doesn't have that imprint. The same thing with 3D. Like, you could go to 3D and, like, just put a box down. You don't need to do all this. This is all shenanigans, you know? This is all shenanigans. Shenanigans. So, let's draw a box in 2-point real quick. Horizontal lines are hard. Give me back a little bit of smoothing. Oh, I have it? Okay. Let's say that there's 2 vanishing points. Kind of want it to be a little bit closer. That is really, you know, yeah, let's do it a little bit closer. A little bit closer. Draw through. Draw a box. I wish my hands were more accurate, but I think this is a good way of building accuracy, so... Oh my god. It's been so long since I've done, like, hardcore perspective. So... all the lines are super wavy. I think I made an error here. Yeah, I made an error here. I was like, why can't I match up this? That's why. Whoops. And here too, I think I made an error. But yeah, even drawing a simple box without a ruler is kind of difficult. Which is why I don't do it that often. This is why I just don't do it. If we're going with their vanishing points, they're a little bit more farther apart, so it's gonna be a little bit higher up around here, I would say. And then it's a little bit more deformed. So about that drawing accuracy, which I don't have. I think the amount of times, I hope eventually I'm gonna get it, but like maybe within an hour or two, because most of the other exercises are way more difficult than drawing a box. Way more difficult. Oh, my hand is getting tired. My hand is like measurably getting tired. I don't even know, man. It's not comfortable. It's not comfortable to draw this way. Anyways, that's a box. Ooh, practice freehand smooth curves. Yes, finally, something a little bit not so straight, so it's a little bit easier, I hope. Drawing requires not only straight lines, but curves too. There's a skill in drawing smooth, accelerating curves. While working to side view, determine how the curves flow. In perspective, the construction dictates how the curves flow, and it can sometimes be surprising how radically some curves move in perspective. Yeah, it also helps you visualize it if you do it the hard way. But yeah, like these, for instance, this is like from the Discord, Reiji did this one. This one is actually in Scott Robertson's book. I'm not, and I think the plane is too. I'm not sure about the other ones, but eventually we're gonna get to them. They're like Somewhere, maybe. Oh, you know what? Let me see. Because this one, I remember Renee Agnar did a very similar one when he was doing the book. Gosh. Yeah, here. Similar ones. I can't find it. But eventually, it is in this book. I totally remember doing that one. And, so eventually we'll get to something a little bit more juicy. This book takes a while to speed up and, like, to actually get to something neat. But, once you do, you can draw all sorts of things. My brain is melting just looking at the, what's it called? Some of these things. And I think it goes into, like, 3-point as well. So, and curvilinear, which is also really, really neat. And I think curvilinear makes for really cool paintings. So, yeah. So, like, I think it was here. Here's the model plane. Might have been in there. But yeah, to draw planes and draw things made by humans, you have to, like, you have to have control over all those shapes, man. But yeah, I could swear I've seen that exact one before. Oh, here's the model plane. Here it is. But that's not the one I was looking for. Kind of wanted to go through the book all together. Oh, there's a lot. Oh, here it is, I think. Yeah. Very similar. Very similar. Scott's book has a lot of really neat illustrations in it, too, that, you know, you just go through. You could just learn 3D. Yeah, I'm thinking about it. After going through the whole book, I'm thinking about it. It's very intimidating. I've definitely, what's it called? Definitely intimidated by this book. Cause it is kind of just difficult to draw these accurate lines. My hands are not made for it. My hands are made for inaccurate lines. I would even break this up. How do you draw your buildings, arches? Like this usually. I usually draw them like this. I usually make a box and I draw things like that. If I'm going hard on it, I will make a VP and then I will make one arch, and I'll say that arch is correct, and I'd get much more sweaty on it, and then I'll duplicate it probably through objects. So I will duplicate this box. Yeah, about there. I would say we're gonna get to duplicating through objects, as well as like duplicating boxes soon. Actually, it would be the other line, right? Because it would still be that other line, I think. No. Oh, I had it right. And then I would be duplicating like as much of it as I can, and then eventually I'll have an arch, a second arch, and then I just make it look right, and then I would get pretty sweaty doing that instead of just drawing it like straight up. But yeah, I mean, I've gone through this book before, but I don't think never incomplete. Do not make fuzzy lines. Okay. Do place points that follow your intended design, then create a smooth curve through the points. Maybe do the fun perspective book I posted in Discord. No, 9. We've gone into the German Nazi book on perspective first, and then we will go into fun. You cannot have fun if you don't know what you're doing. You know, I mean, I've done like Norwing's perspective book. I've done Robertson's perspective book. Let me see. This one I don't think I've seen ever. Chelsea. My problem with perspective isn't really understanding it, I think, most of the time. It's the fact that my hands are broken and I can't do the straight lines. And so I do fake versions of it. And then eventually, what's it called? Some of it, like, why is this, like... How gigantic is this character if this vanishing point is looking down? He can't fit into this doorway. He literally can't. I'm not sure I like this book. I'm unsure. Just because of that, I'm unsure. But this doesn't tell you how to do it. It just kind of like, unless, wait, are the instructions in the, what's it called? In the comic panels? I use a lot of depth cues. This is one of those things. You can call it depth cues or you can call it atmospheric perspective. This one looks a little bit too fun for me. I can't do this. I have to draw with the instructional book, I think. This one is too much. Too fast. Too much too fast. Just draw the ellipses. Step 1, draw ellipse. Step 2, draw the other ellipse. Drawing ellipse is probably like one of the hardest things. For me still. It's probably the comic. I want to be able to eyeball a sketch building the cars with all the construction lines. Well, to do that, you have to do a lot of the construction lines first, and then after you've done it a bunch of times, you just know how to do it. I mean, I eyeball and sketch everything, but sometimes I have to return to perspective because there's errors. So I think the only way to be able to draw is to draw effectively and accurately is to have done it a billion times. Draw an ellipse. Step 1, draw an ellipse. I hate this book. Step 1, draw the ellipse. Just draw the ellipse, retard. I hate this. Let's see. The mug character even looks like you. I resemble that remark. Ellipses occur frequently. They are essentially circles in perspective, and some obvious ellipses are wheels and gauges, but they are also needed in construction to rotate doors and objects. By the way, circles don't exist. Got them. To become comfortable placing ellipses, start by drawing a controlled ellipse. In later exercising, placing a circle in the perspective which begins an ellipse will be explained. Yeah, which is why I usually like just do this, and then I just use that ellipse, whatever it is. Sometimes I'll even stroke it. I mean, I can't even look. I can't even see where I'm putting my hand, right? That's a little bit messy. Good line weight. How are you supposed to tell? Like, I don't know. Is this good? Pointy. Is this a good ellipse? You're supposed to just kind of know what a good ellipse looks like? How are you supposed to just know what a good ellipse looks like? Draw an ellipse. Just do it. Flat spot. Draw a light line. Later drawing can be cleaned up with an ellipse guide. Do not darken lines too much by repeating the strokes. Even if you draw an incorrect ellipse, drawing over and over will make it more obvious. Honestly, I don't really care to train. I just want to be able to do art stuff without working too hard for it. Too bad there's no matrix skill. Yeah, me too. I think that's every artist. Everybody is very lazy and no one actually wants to do the hard work. That's how it works. Hey, I'm with you. I'm with you 100%. Let me know how that works out for you. Unfortunately, there's no like shortcut. I haven't found one. There's no shortcut. If I find a shortcut, I'll let you know. But so far, it's all been just grueling, like attempts and what's it called? There is a way to draw these. I think he goes into it later because like I remember there being like a minor axis and a major axis, and then like then you can kind of judge the ellipse. Without those, it's very difficult to judge what the ellipse is. That was almost good. Or how well that ellipse works. I think without those. And he says use an ellipse guide, so we're going to. So it would be this way. This would be it. That didn't work too well. But it was somewhat close. It's always difficult to make it exactly perfect. Like you could do an ellipse, but it's very difficult to make it like that. Anyway, check that ellipse with no flat spots and lopsided. I will always use the ellipse tool. I won't be able to draw it perfectly. Like I'll do the good old college try. I will always try it, but I will always go back to doing an ellipse guide. In the end, I will always just do that. I don't see myself ever becoming so proficient that I can just freehand ellipses like that. It just doesn't work, unfortunately. So this is a shortcut. Hey, if you're interested, all you have to understand is how to position the minor and major axis. And once you understand that, all you have to do is be able to use the ellipse guide effectively, and then you don't need to do everything else. So there you go. That's one. He even tells you in the book, just use the ellipse guide, sort of. He tells you to draw it first, though. An easier way would be just to model what you're doing in 3D. That's another really big shortcut. Or just draw over photos. You don't need to spend like all that time drawing. Just do that instead, and that'll work for you. I mean, most of the time, that's what most professionals do. But I want to be able to do it with my mind, you know? I've always wanted to be a psychic or a telepath. And it's like a mind power. Like, I could draw ellipses with my brain, just controlling my hand, you know? Okay, here he goes into how to actually draw the ellipse. Instead of saying, hey, step 1, draw the ellipse. That doesn't work. Although I'm not sure how well he explains it, because I still don't know how to draw ellipses. All right, now switch it up. Draw a minor axis first. When placing the ellipse over it, align a hand correctly by rotating the paper to get the best angle. Okay, so you have to draw a minor axis and then say, I guess it would be like you have to call the shot and then say you have two points. Oh my God. Mission Impossible. I don't think I'll be able to do that. I don't think I'll be... No. That's close. That's close. I would have to erase like 6 times. Maybe do an artist One Punch Man challenge every day. 100 ellipses, 100 cubes, 100 cylinders in 10-hour stream. It's very simple. To get as powerful as me, you just need 10 push-ups. Ted, that's just a regular workout. Oh god, I remember that. That manga is very good. Yeah, I won't be able to do this. I can kind of understand where you have to call the shot. You got to put 2 points down and then, oh my god. How do you do this? This is like, maybe if I put them closer together. If I put them closer together, I can kind of do it. Maybe if I do it in 2 parts. I feel like with 1 stroke, it's almost nearly impossible to just do it. With 2 strokes, a little bit better. I would still always just go with the ellipse thing. I would just always do this. But yeah, I'm gonna practice it a little bit, just so I have some practice. Because most of the next ones will be a little bit harder even. So these are ellipses. They're by no means perfect, but they are ellipses. And then I would check them. I'd be about here, I think. Yeah, so wildly inaccurate. Wildly inaccurate. Wow. I think that's like the major... Wait, is that how it's supposed to work? Hold on. I think I just understood. I think I just understood how, but then... No, you should be able to draw an ellipse there too, right? Let me see something. Yeah, what if I... Yeah, I don't... If... Okay, so it'd be like that. Uh-huh. But then that doesn't seem to be the points where I was using. So that would be like that. The flatter ones are more difficult to draw, it feels like. You mentioned your hand was broken. I was born this way. God. No, I'm just saying I can't draw. Drawing ellipses like this. I can't draw like this. Like, I make like weird like sketchy lines. And so, and I use like rulers and stuff and all that, and I can't do this. But I think Kim Jung-gi can, so there's at least a couple people out there that can draw like this, just without jokes. All right, ellipses in perspective. Let's multiply. It's like ×2. How are you supposed to do this? Am I supposed to multiply the box? I guess I'll multiply the box, and then we'll... Difficult. Born with a broken hand? Dang, that's rough. How hard must it be trying... Wiping with precision? That's okay, I wipe with the other hand. No problems there. When life gives you lemons, you acclimate. You meant broken as like a joke, not actually broken? Yes. I think my stream delay is like 200 years. So if it bothers you, I'm sorry, but there's nothing I could do. I'm just doing these lines without freehand because this is like, this has to be a little bit more precise, I think. And it's not the important part of the It's not the important part of the exercise, which is the ellipse. The ellipse is the important part. Oh my god. But yeah, drawing a square usually helps me with my ellipses, because then I know where to position it, sort of. But yeah. This is an ableist stream, by the way. People with actual broken hands need to leave. Oh, this one is way bigger than I imagined. It's like around here. Interesting. Interesting. Hey, Ryuji, what's up? Glad you could join us. Are you ready for ellipses? Are you ready for ellipses? Chapter 6. Oh. Hey, man. Good, good. I'm gonna work through all of it. It's gonna take me a while. It's gonna take me a while. Look, I made it through like I made it I made it through page 2. I'm already done. I'm in the vehicle part. Well, I'll get there. I'll get there eventually. I'll get there, man. It'll take me a little while, though. This part always has me kind of tripping. Like the fact that he actually mapped his point of view. Man. Oh. I usually guess at where the vanishing points are. No lie. Yeah, I will. I'd like to get through at least a little bit of it. You know, maybe through the terminology. It's about right. It's about right. Draw a perfect circle. To figure out where your vanishing points are, all you have to do is draw a perfect circle, and then you're good. Okay. That's not the center. It's like around here. That wasn't the center. This diagram is killing me, too. How does he decide that? Oh, because it's 15 degrees. Oh, you actually have to have that thing that lets you measure it. What degree that is. There's no way I could ever actually use that. I would have to eye 15 degrees every time. Can't do that line. That line is difficult. We'll just say I did it. Good enough? You need a compass. I think mine is way too fat. His is like at least 2 of those circles. His is at least like 2 of those circles across. Maybe like 2.5, I would say. I don't think this is how he's measuring it, but this is how I would measure it. I would actually take my pen and just like be like, okay, it's that. Oh. It's there. Hey, that's pretty straight. Maybe there's a market for lousy artists for me. I guess so. I mean, if you look through ArtStation, maybe not. The corner at the bottom is 90 degrees. No, it's not. Is it? I mean, wait, hold on. Yeah, if you like, yeah, I guess it could be 90. Yeah, maybe. I mean, that would mean that parallel line would be a box. Maybe. Yeah, maybe. It's just tilted. It's just tilted so that it plays with my mind. I'm not sure. How do you read an angle at like when it's bent? I can see that it's close to 90 though. It's close enough. It's probably 90, but it's difficult to see it without. I just read it as obtuse instead of right. I thought it was like this, where it's a little bit more than 90 instead of 90. Because of the way it's, again, because of the way it's positioned instead of what's called. But that's interesting that he's not guessing. Then again, you could move station point over here, and you would still be able to have a 90-degree angle. I guess if you take one vanishing point and then draw 90 degrees from it, maybe. No guessing. I'm not sure how he constructs. I'm not sure what the order would be. Would it be you take one vanishing point, you bring it down, and then from that line you take 90 degrees, and then you construct the other vanishing point? Is this a book for people or androids? Both. Both. Maybe in the bottom. That would require reading. Explore the chapter to familiarize and refresh your knowledge of perspective terminology. The focus is on the terms and principles that are essential to navigate perspective drawings and design objects and scenes from imagination. Reading ahead is cheating. You should figure out what it is by yourself, and that'll stick in your memory forever because you figured it out. It's yours. Remember, a true vision of what you've seen is not created, but rather emulated, since stereoscopic vision is not possible on paper. Maybe it is, but like you would need to draw it twice. Humans have two eyes, which allows us to see 3D. And also, the stereoscopic vision kind of combines it into one image, I think. Like, your brain analyzes it as one image, even though it's like, it's two images. I'm pretty sure your brain just outputs one single image at some point, and then that's what you're looking at. Pretty sure that's how it works. I don't think you're seeing both images at once. I think something analyzes it and it actually outputs that image. But that's, that might not be the case. Who knows? This is primarily for product designers, concept artists. I would say it's primarily for people who want to draw vehicles. But anyone who really wants to be able to draw accurately, I think. I think this is a good sheet. Technically, you can use this for anything. Perspective is in anything you want to draw. Anything can be said with perspective, basically. Well, through drawing and perspective, rather. I mean, it's like one and the same. But anything, like if it's like your mom or a vehicle, anything can be drawn in perspective, as long as you think of it as an object and you break it up into simple objects and then put those objects into on paper. Anytime you're translating 3D to 2D, which is what I imagine what's called. We don't really see in 3D, we see in 2D, I think. Maybe not. I don't know. It feels like I see in 2D. Remember, a true version of what is seen is not created, but rather emulated, blah, 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 blah. I read that part already. The chapter will explain the rules that exist to create the best illusion on paper. Once the rules have been mastered, it's okay to break them intentionally. However, if they are broken accidentally, it can sabotage what you're doing, trying to convey to the viewer. Yes. For example, imagine you want someone to view your fantastic landscape and house as someplace they would want to live. Instead, a nagging question comes to their mind. Something is odd and they cannot figure out what it is. Yeah, I talk about this a lot. It's like, what sort of questions does a viewer ask? And can I fool them? Can I stop those questions from occurring? That's really my job. As long as there are no questions, then it's a good piece of art. They can enjoy the art, and they're not stopped by something like oh, your anatomy's wrong, or something. It's funny what kind of questions arise. The question is triggered by inaccurate perspective in your drawing and should not have happened, since the goal was to talk about the project, not the perspective. That was unintentional and ended up distracting the viewer from the goal. Yes. Knowing the fundamental rules of perspective will allow you to join the discussion exploration of. Hey, thank you for the ice cream. I just figured out how to do that, by the way. It didn't play the right sound, but that's fine. Unicycle Man, thank you for the ice cream. Before I totally couldn't figure out how to make this stuff integrated with OBS, but I found they have a separate thing for DLive. Let's see. And I figured it out this morning. Knowing the fundamental rules of perspective will allow you to join the discussion. Blah, blah, blah. There are many books that cover this terminology in depth, and doing additional research is encouraged. Join the community and start exploring your own questions and finding answers that will allow for judging work and helping others. Or so that you can ego people online. That's the real reason. No. Defining perspective by viewing position. Point of view. Defining the viewing position is essential to controlling the perspective drawing. Keep in mind that photography is being replicated. The drawings, therefore, is essential to define whether one is standing, the viewing direction, and then the lens being used. And knowledge will apply to the guest perspective. See, guest. See, 100% guessing. The constructed perspective, and even to the computer-generated perspective. I do like to think, rather than stereoscopic vision, I like to think of like a DSLR camera. I feel like that's a little bit more helpful because like how the brain functions is like not 100% known. I think I see in 2D. You guess only when you absolutely have to. I think you guess all the time. It's all a belief. It's a belief structure, and so you're always guessing. Let's look at the following situation. A great picture of a building is taken with a camera and displayed. For instance, have you noticed that you're depending on what sort of lens you're viewing, like for instance, if I use like an iPhone or if I look at it myself, the object appears differently. So there's different variations that exist, like different perspectives or different ways of outputting. So even then, so you can be guessing between those two, you know, to build an accurate or one that's has verisimilitude. It's not actually true, it's just true enough. There's more guessing for pros because it's too much work to construct everything. Yeah, but you have to, I think you have to, they are all able to construct things. That's what separates them from people who get perspective wrong. Let's look at the following situation. A great picture of a building is taken with a camera and displayed. Another person wants to take the same shot when visiting the same location. In order for this to happen, the second photographer needs to know the location, viewing direction, and the lens. Same information is needed to create a drawing. Yes. I think so. I always wonder about like see, this plane doesn't match the VP for that object. This object is like, if that was, or at least it looks like it to me, that it's sort of outside of it because it doesn't follow, especially over here where this part peeks out of this grid, you know. I'm just gonna freehand it, but should really be constructing it. Don't think you have to draw it. I have to draw it. I have to draw it. Anyway, just to have something there. Just to have something there. The ground plane. The position and direction where the photo was taken. Station point. Now that the ground plane is established, the location and height of the camera, or in this case, for the drawing, the eye needs to be disclosed. Okay. So, I mean, yeah, I think I try to think of like where a common-sized human is looking from, and then from there I try to make that image. Usually that's my approach. I don't try to make like either from like a rafter sometimes I'll do, but usually I'm looking at like ground level from regular size human. So line of sight, the direction one is looking is the line of sight. In the graphic, the line of sight is parallel to the ground. This creates a 1 or 2 point perspective in which all physical vertical lines are represented by vertical lines in the drawing. Tilting. Oh, this is interesting actually for me because I want to try to do more 3 point. Tilting the line of sight, having it not parallel to the ground, creates a 3rd point perspective or a 5 point perspective. For starters, it is recommended to keep the line of sight parallel to the ground. This makes construction considerably easier, yes. What about short people? You know? What about short people? How do they see all perspective is just wrong? I always wonder about that, like, because your intuitions about perspective kind of come from what you've seen as perspective rather than what's it called? Rather than something. So I'm wondering if there's like a lot of short artists that do like much lower horizon lines because they're short. The manlet perspective. I should do that. The manlet's guide to perspective, you know. The dwarf. Possibly, probably. Picture plane is a surface on which the images are recorded. The horizon is a very long way away, but it seems like if you kneel down, it changes where it is, doesn't it? It seems like. It seems like all matter goes to that point, but if you yourself drop down because you're viewing it, like wherever that point is, say it was 45 degrees, right? And eventually far away enough, it drops down. It seems like dropping down is actually, or being short is actually like different to me. It would be a different angle, I think. So short people have it hard. They can't do perspective. Only tall chads. Perspective is only tall chads. Yeah, but the horizon, that's the horizon line doing that. If it's above the horizon line, you see more of it. More of the bottom. If it's below the horizon line, you see more of the top. But like if you literally move the horizon line, if you move this line, you change whether you're seeing more or less of the thing. So short people don't have it easy. The horizon line is imaginary. Just want to let you know. Unless it actually exists, like you're looking at the sea. Then it actually has like a horizon line. Take a look at what is captured on the picture plane glass. Specifically notice the squares on the ground. The squares closer to the box are less distorted than those that are closer to the viewer. The captured image is correct with a high to low amount of distortion, but the closer squares are much harder to understand. They may be squares, but they look like long rectangles. Oh God. Distortion is not what I wanted to do. But yeah, the closer an object is to you, the more distortion it gets. So it becomes almost like flat when you're looking at a city plane. Ah, fuck. Like if you're looking at a cityscape, it almost flattens out to like just a geometric fat shape almost. Like in the background. And then the closer it is, you start seeing like perspective of buildings and stuff like that. And then like the closest things to you might actually be like distorted if they're in your face enough. Maybe. This is why I spent so much time on the what's it called. I think it doesn't even matter what lens you're using. Even if you're like if you're close to the eye, you're gonna see the what's good. You could probably do it with a lens, but it doesn't really matter. Your eye will distort things that are closer to it. Just take an object and put it in your face. It becomes distorted. It doesn't really matter. Like for a camera, it would still do the same effect. Like you get a almost quasi like distortion effect when something is close to you. Like just pick up an object, put it in your face. It's gonna distort. Here, take a look at what's captured. The picture plane grass. Specifically, notice the squares on the ground. The squares closer to the box, less distorted. If it's a long lens, it won't be in your face. But that same long lens, when it's like, if you use it to capture an object next to it, it's going to distort. That's what I'm saying. So it doesn't matter what the lens is. Even it's an effect that happens based on like distance rather than lens type. Like you could try it. Just pick something up, put it in your face. It's going to be more distorted, and then throw it across the room. It's going to be less distorted. That's how it works. It's based on distance. Your eyes will accommodate, and they would change what's called the way something exists, like from your perspective. The optimal lens creates an acceptable amount of distortion. Is a 50mm lens. This translates into a drawing of a 60-degree cone of vision. How is it determined? Every lens has a degree of visible area assigned to it, and 60 degrees is close to what is seen through a 50mm lens. The cone is green in the drawing. A 90-degree cone of vision is shown in red. Going back to the drawing, cones of vision have been added. There are two circles. The inner circle represents the 60-degree cone vision. It's kind of true, but your eyes are only limited to 60-degree. But like, we're always trying to emulate, I think, the what we see. So cameras can have, but I don't really care about cameras. I'm not interested. I don't care. I'm not a photographer. I care about, the human vision. I simplify it to a 2D image that's kind of like a photograph, but it's a photograph that your brain makes, not the camera. I'm not interested in what the camera does. It's not interesting to me at all. It could be that that's the case, but it's just like a whole different discussion. I'm not really interested in it, so this might not be helpful for me. 1 point perspective is very prone to distortion. This is true. You also guess at things a lot more when it's 1 point. I've noticed that there's like a lot of guessing that happens. For instance, if there's an object in front of you and it's an opaque mass, you can't see into the back of it. How do you know where that object ends. You know, does it end here? Does it end here? Does it end here? So there's guessing, right? There has to be whenever you're drawing. Good news is you don't have to think about it because it's not displayed. But what if it was? And then you had to look at it from another side, like say the top. And then that opaque object, you need that box. And then now you're not guessing, right? Now you actually had to know where it was. A box in 1 point perspective? Yeah, sure. Like a doorway. Wait, are you saying you can't do a box in 1 point perspective? Let me catch you on a lie. Technically, you can create a perfect box or a perfect square. I mean, do you want to? Oh, this one. 5-point curvilinear perspective, cone of vision, open choice. In 5-point perspective, almost anything goes. This really scares me that he just like... He's so super open. Everybody's adventure. Everybody's right. Keep in mind that whatever is being drawn will be like a wide-angle lens photography to this point. See examples of this. Jump ahead to page 047. Perspectives can be created that will allow more than a natural field of view to be perceived. When this happens, be extra mindful of the construction. Make sure to double check all the lines, since instinct can easily lead to the wrong direction. Ominous. This book is definitely for androids. Let's emulate the class plate experience on a piece of paper. Okay, so I finally get to draw something. I like the anatomy book better because I could understand why drawing an example would be useful, like viscerally. But here, an example might not be. I hate this. I have to draw like. You can't draw perfect horizontal lines, so I'm just gonna lie. It gets more fun in the later chapters. Yeah, I know. Let's say this is the first box. Let's say that's the first box. Let's duplicate that box back to get that grid. Boring, fun, hard, fun. Maybe. Let's see here. Yeah, that's about right. Some of it is very mechanical. I would do this with a ruler in real life, so I'm doing it with a ruler here. Because it's not the important part. But yeah, I think this is enough of a grid. I see about 4 there, but I'm just going to construct 3. And then he constructs this shape. It's just slightly above the vanishing point. There's a second one here, a second vanishing point. Even though the grid conforms to like a 1 point vanishing point, this guy has 2 vanishing points for this object. Whoops. And then this line would be a little bit more. I mean, this is close enough. I think my line was close enough. Just create line weight. Second object. Here we go. It's just internal to this. And it's slightly below. Slightly below. And it ends slightly outside the first box. It still conforms to this VP. It still conforms to that VP. You can kind of see it being distorted a little bit on top. Because, like, whenever something gets too close, I feel like too close to the horizon line too, it just... I'm not sure where to put the top or whether to put the bottom, or... So I just kind of leave it at almost as a straight line usually. It's usually enough. Okay, that's some boxes. Let's see. So when the parallel lines in the box are extended, each set converges to a vanishing point. Yeah. Yes. To find the vanishing point in any set of parallel lines, use the top view and move one of the parallel lines. One of the lines parallel until it intersects the station point. Oh, God. The top view of this. I guess I would... I only have 3 boxes. So... it would be 3 equivalent boxes, so we'll just do it this way, I guess. Oh my God. I only use 2, so... But Jesus Christ, how are you supposed to do that? I'd say you even have a grid. I'm really only looking for the way that this works rather than reproducing it. Diagram 2. To find the vanishing point for any set of parallel lines, use the top view and move one of the lines parallel until it intersects the station point. I think you need a... Yeah, I'm not sure how to recreate that. I might have to skip it because I have no idea. I can brute force it, I can draw it, but it's a top view. But it's not even a totally top view because, like, you're viewing it from like away in the top. Yeah, but what I have a problem with is drawing it with actually doing parallel lines to figure out how to do that. So you hold on, let me see. I think what I need to do is come on. Move this down so I can actually get the vanishing point. Vanishing point. Let's say that is my SP. And then what I would do is, I guess here, now that I have the vanishing points, I can have, but then how do you get SP from these 2 points? Like, you can get a horizontal line. And I'm gonna make one over here so that it matches. It matches the thing, and I'm allowed to have space to do the actual box. So you draw the top view first, and then draw the box? No, I want to construct it from how he like gets SP from it. Yeah, I get that SP is viewer. I don't get how he's placing SP. I don't get how he's deriving SP. That's the question. How do you know to place it there? Because he derives right vanishing point and left vanishing point. You just drag it up, and then that's it. It's there, and then you drag out. I guess he drags out this part because that looks about where it is, where that grid starts. Maybe. I'm not sure how this works, and I don't find the explanation here helpful. If you can just place the SP, then how does it like correspond to the right VP and left VP? Because it obviously corresponds in this, what's it called, but it seems like he just places it. You need to think a lot about what vanishing points are and how they relate to the parallel lines. I feel like my brain is dying, but I'm not really getting it. I mean, I could just draw it. I could say that, okay, person is here. And then from there, I just guess at how it corresponds to the right and left vanishing point. I just guess at it. And I just go from there, and then I say, okay, well, if that's the vanishing point, then I just need to find a parallel line. Let's say here, that it doesn't really matter to the vanishing point, parallel line to here. So just make a parallel line here, let's say. Since I don't have a ruler, just make one. Some of it is not helpful. And then from there, I can kind of get the top view, but even knowing, I'm not sure if it's even helpful to do this. This was a mistake. This was a mistake. I should have just drawn it. Should have just drawn it. Been like, yeah, it's here. Fuck it. It's here. It's here, my guy. This is where it is. It lives here now. Maybe. I'm not sure how this helps me. Maybe I'll figure it out in a later chapter. Whatever. The next step is to abstract the constructor with fewer lines. Find any vanishing point in the future. Showing shows a combination of the top view and the picture plane. I mean, that's usually how I do it. I don't go from here. I just have box. And I place it and I correspond it to the right and left vanishing point. I don't do all of that with the view and all that. That's way too complex for me already, man. Find a new set of 90-degree vanishing points. And I don't think anyone else gets it either, because if you got it, you would be able to explain it to me much easier in a way that I understand. I think it's just supposed to help you understand how perspective is derived. Sort of. It's like, this is the image, and if you want to abstract it, you do it this way. But it doesn't really help. I don't even think it's about distortion. This is like finding vanishing points on the picture plane. Anyway, let me see. To place another box with 90-degree corners, use a new set of vanishing points. Both boxes on the same ground. Both boxes sit on the same ground plane, are rotated different degrees relative to the view. So it's another thing I'm guessing about where I put the vanishing points. I kind of guess where they are. I don't usually try to derive them, although it seems like it's possible with the 90-degree angle. Common error is to cause a rotated object to look like it's floating above ground or it's tilted. This is caused by not matching the vanishing point to the same cone of vision. That happens sometimes. I've done that before. Find a degree of any vanishing point, measure its deviation from the line that runs perpendicular to the horizon. Maybe that's what I should have been doing to derive the VP in the previous example. Maybe that's how you're supposed to do it. If I had the degree, then I could place the SP. Maybe that's how. But it's funny that he goes through it here and then, but he starts with just, you know, just like fucking place it somewhere. I don't know. I don't think it's that important. Even if you lie about your SP. I guess because the box has 90-degree corners, the vanishing point towards the viewer also has to be the same. Otherwise, it won't be the right angle on the corner. Oh. Oh. Yeah, it does match now that I think about it. Huh. But yeah, I'll have to think on this further. But I think that's the crux of it. That's the crux of it, like being 90 degrees and it is a strange number, right? 90 degrees, because you don't view anything in like 90 degrees. Your view is 60, I think. Something like that. So everything should be. Up until this example, random vanishing points have been fair. Okay, so it was random. It's not. I might be overthinking it there. Now it's time to find a matching pair of VPs that are more common, other than a 1 point perspective. Very common VP combinations are 75 15, 60 30, and 45 45. I use 45 45 a lot, I think. Because my vanishing points are usually very close together, but still outside of the screen. $75.15 seems like something I very rarely use. I think most of mine are either from 60 to 30 or 45 45. And usually I don't have the I kind of guess at it. It's between this range. It's not exactly 30 or 45. It's somewhere like outside slightly. Oh God. Oh. See, this is kind of what I want to draw like, but I also don't. I get lost looking at this. Yeah. Yeah. To analyze how we see things and figure out what we're kind of how we're abstracting those objects. It is a lot to think about. Physical parallel lines converge to a common vanishing point. As a general, physical parallel lines converge to a common vanishing point, but like anything else, there are exceptions. In linear constructions for 1 point and 2 point perspectives, these exceptions are found. This is because 1 point and 2 point perspective constructions are made more efficiently by not having all physical parallel lines converge. I think this is an example of these are parallel and yet they don't converge. I feel like that's a rule I happen to break a lot, because I always think, well, shouldn't this be behind this, and then therefore it kind of like goes into the same point. Because I usually draw pillars, and pillars have this sort of effect sometimes, because they're usually parallel lines, and they're constructed to be parallel, and then in 1 point perspective, there's only convergence into the depth of the drawing. Any lines that are parallel in the picture plane or perpendicular to the view will scale and not converge. Huh. Interesting. In drawing, neither the verticals nor the horizontal converge. In addition, all angled lines that are on a plane parallel to the picture plane do not converge either. This makes 1 point very attractive since it's quick setup and you use I rarely draw 1 point because it's so like anal retentive. And I usually end up placing the vanishing point too close. What I really should be doing like is like this guy is having like some space, I think, between the vanishing point and what I'm drawing, like this way. And then that'll allow me to like actually do things better. Sometimes I'll put the vanishing point too close. It should probably be a mirror of the bottom. Maybe that's what I would do. But yeah, this way I think is much more attractive than 99% of my paintings are 2-point. Or at least I like to abstract to 2-point. It's kind of easier to hide mistakes, I think. Because there's a second vanishing point, and if anything. I don't know if I want to draw this all out. I feel like that would be very long. Very long. Maybe just a couple of the things. I feel like mine is a little bit, my ground plane's a little thinner. So I might, especially since the top is a little bit wider, I might have guessed at the bottom. It'd be more like that. But yeah. 1 point is for indoors. I haven't really found a good thing to do, something to do for indoors, really. Indoors. I mean, the thing I'm drawing now might be 1 point, but it's got so much occlusion that you can't really like even get. I guess it would be 1 point if I had to reconstruct the grid. It would be 1 point. All the lines seem to converge at 1 point. Probably because I used the 3D, and that was more 1 point than anything else. So everything is kind of like everything is converging to 1 point here, about over there. Like here, I should think. Some of the arches might be wrong, but we use 3D, so it's close enough. So even if there are mistakes, it doesn't matter. Even if there are mistakes, they don't matter. 2 point perspective with some non-converging lines. Oh god, it sucks because I want to draw some of this stuff, but it would take me like literally years to draw it. I just want to skip to the examples where he actually has you draw stuff. Maybe I should have started more to the middle of the book. What happens to the horizon line when this station... Oh, we were talking about this. Look. See? The horizon line shifts. I told you. I told you. I told you it shifts. Short people can't do perspective. I told you. You didn't believe me. See, the view is totally different because you're moving the horizon line. Especially if you're close by. If you're far away, the distortion, like, doesn't matter. Because you're so far away, it doesn't really matter how short or tall you are. Maybe. What's the perspective of a star, you know? So here's a bunch of different eye levels, tilting the head, what that does to perspective. I'm just gonna skip this portion and then go to the drawing boxes. The eye level changes, but that's like the horizon line. Your horizon line is here. Look, see HL? This is horizon line. Eye level equals horizon line. There's no difference. It's where all the objects begin to intersect, and it's based on how you're looking at it. You know, it's not arbitrary. See, the horizon line doesn't change that much when you're changing your angle. It looks like, because you're still at that same viewing level, but it does if you're literally very tall or very short. The horizon line actually drops down. See, the horizon line is still here on the bottom, and you're drawing towards it. You see. But here, the horizon line is like here. And here it's a little bit more to the middle, and here it's like on the bottom. You see? Anyway, this is actually what you're supposed to be doing. The boxes. Perspective drawing techniques. These are some of the formulas you can use to duplicate boxes. Drawing skills you acquired in the previous chapters are about to be put to good use. Construction techniques will be taught in this chapter. That I think I want to do that tomorrow though, because it's been like an hour and 30 of perspective. I think I understand it fine. Eye level changes horizon line. That's what you're supposed to derive from there. Angle does not change horizon line, as long as you're still looking from the same area. It's very, very succinct. There's no room for anything else. I think I want to do the division and multiplication of dimensions tomorrow, since I've been going at this box drawing thing for a little while. I'm gonna try to finish my painting today, and I need some time to do so. So we will leave Scott Robertson's book at the good part, and tomorrow I'll actually try to do the drawing techniques. You could always pick up this book on Amazon. Give Scott some of your money. It's a good book to have on your desk for quick reference. I highly recommend it. Yeah. Give Scott your money. Don't give people that make drama your money. Give people like Scott Robertson your money. Let's see. I feel like it's very low res for some reason, even though it's very high res. I might be going into details today and like really sharpening edges and rendering stuff out. I'm gonna get a glass of water real quick, and then I'll be right back. We'll do painting. Yeah, actual painting. Okay. When you sit down and edit your recording to find out you have recorded in a video format, Premiere doesn't know. I think I had a similar problem when I started streaming. I think it would put it in FLV, and I would be trying to edit it in Vegas. And so I had to change it to MP4. Thankfully, there are ways to change the format, thankfully. So I didn't lose any of those recordings, and even though those recordings were worthless, felt like at the time it was a big blow. So depending on what format you're using, I don't know which one it is. Could be like AAC or something. Who knows? Vegas is a really good editing software, by the way. I really enjoy it. I don't know if Premiere is the best. Converting the file now. I'm so motivated to edit. Are you making a video about the Oh god. What was it? The traditional game, I want to say. I totally forgot. Or was it the comic? Oh my god. My brain is like fried. My memory is really bad. I'm sorry if I forgot. The weekly studies? Oh, cool. That's awesome. I want to get some church. No, that I didn't want to open. I didn't want to open a new site. I need this. I'm viewing from the bottom, so I won't be able to use the perspective. But I do want some more of the details. I used to have like short. I used to do video editing, but like my video editing culminated in just making like sped up versions of the painting process. It'd probably be impossible to do now for me, since I don't record anything. But I thought it was like a really good, hey, it's the process, man, type of thing. I did want some of the colors from here. Maybe some of the ideas for like the stones. Nope, whoops, that's not the color I want. I'm gonna do a couple of the stones, maybe. I would imagine that they match these lines. Am I on a new layer? I am on a new layer, okay. And I might move them behind the clouds I already have. Most of the stuff will be sped up studies and some real speed with a voiceover. Me talking about the findings of the week. Alright. What's your oh right, you told me about the theme. The theme for the week, yeah. What's your theme this week? It's gonna be anatomy, perspective. Nothing too fancy. Oh. I'll be doing perspective all month. So, month of perspective. This week is plants. Oh, that's killer. That's killer, dude. I'll have to watch your video to find out what is the essence of plants. Plant sense. These don't have really cool wooden what's it called? I really wanted something with like, because when I went to church there was like these wooden yeah. Find out about the plants. Share with us. Let me see. Oh, my trial ran out. Yeah, I can kind of remember. I can't like. I might even be better off just wooden carving bench. Oh, no, no, no. Carved, maybe. Wooden bench. Yeah, something like this. I feel like boxes are very, very, very boring and will lead me to my undoing, though. How about church pew? Wooden church pew. Let's try that. Yeah, ours looked like this. This is what ours looked like. We had those cool things. And I'm just gonna do them in the back. This sort of design. Ooh, that's neat. I like that. Oh, that's a little bit too try hard for me. Unless I just do it randomly. In which case I can do it. That's pretty neat. Just gonna borrow a little bit from... That's very nice, but might be a little bit too much. Although... I like these a lot, but that might be too much. That might be too much. I also don't have enough space for it. I might be able to do it on this side, but not on this side, not really. Flower carving church benches gives some nice results too. Yeah, I saw like the flower ones and I was like, oh, I could do that, but not as a shape. Like flowers as a shape is very like, I can't boil it down quick enough. I feel like when I'm looking at this, I see circle, 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 5 circles. That's all I see. I don't see anything else. I just see the 5 circles here, and I'm like, okay, well, I can boil that down real quick, you know, and then I could just in a circle, you know, and I could use that shape, I think. I will paint on this one, and then the other ones I'll just keep around. What else did I want? Oh yeah, I also wanted to do like a little bit of stone. Not too much to like upset already established, but just something, you know. And most likely I'll edit the opacity down so that As long as it like mostly conforms to this thing and it's just like a stone texture. I want something there as well. And then I'll do the pews. My church doesn't look like that. The seats are just normal cushioned chairs. Well, my church had a lot of wealthy donors, I guess. This was by no means a Puritan church. This is very, it's called very non-Puritan. We had all kinds of things. Stained glass windows, like objects, like artifact things. Many wealthy people probably. Hey Bazri, what's up, dude? How's it going? I'm just finishing up my painting here. It's built more like a theater rather than a church. I mean, that's what all churches are, really. It's somebody's soapbox. Today I'm reading from the Psalm of Matthew. You know, I'm just finding some good ilu. Interesting. Maybe a little bit more blue. Oh, finishing. Whoops. Finishing some illustration. Oh, gotcha. Interesting. Neat. Yeah, feel free to share. Same, actually, TBH. Same, just finishing some up. Finishing some stuff up. Doing like abstract. It's called. Let me see. Abstract glass painting. It's just gonna be a pattern, really. It's not gonna be a real drawing. This is where it gets dangerous, because I'm going to guess. I'm going to guess that the pattern starts here, and then I'm gonna just do it. And then from there, I'm going to duplicate it to the other places. I'm gonna borrow some of the colors, because some of them are like very interesting, like purples for wood. It's brown. This line, I think it's gonna follow this line. And I'm going to basically just duplicate it over and over. Might even just like copy paste it because it is just a pattern. Once I get one successful one down. The art of copy paste. I might also make a little bit of changes in the form here as well, so it's not so boring, and not just a straight line. And then I'll have my church pews, and then that'll be good. So, can I just copy pasta it? Maybe. Maybe. I think I went a little bit lower here. I need to pick it up just a little bit here. And I think I want to tone it back down to my colors instead of the ones that I scraped. But yeah, otherwise, this is the details phase. Just details all the way down. What I'll probably do is I'll do a couple like variations on the original and just drag it over again. My explanation is like 30 seconds long. Plants. Better than humans. I prefer plants because they don't talk. What I might also do is just actually just take one and then flip it over because I feel like I might have failed on the shape. No, like the general idea of my weekly studies. It's good to have a goal, and it's good to have like a, I think, because people will start to question you, like, why are you drawing people? Because I want to draw people, man. Yeah, but like, why are you drawing people though? People will question you. The method. Okay, and this time I'll... That's a little better, I think. People always question. People, it's just the way it is, really. That's how it goes. It's true. It's true. Hey, it's interaction. It's interaction, man. I get it a lot when I'm doing master studies, especially, I think. Because they're not altogether clear, usually. Master studies, it's not altogether clear what your purpose is with them or what you're doing with them. It's like, I just want to draw like this guy. It's just, I'm analyzing. What are you analyzing, though? And it's like, the answer is like, when I know it, I'll tell you. And that's usually very unsatisfying for people, I think. It's like, well, no, you should focus. But it's like, no. I want to analyze. Analyze. I think this should fade as I go further. Less orangey, I think, as I go further. Maybe the orange is a little bit too much in the first place, I think. I might tone it down. A little bit of I think negative 15 was like perfect. For artists, master studies are pretty clear, but for those who don't know about them, it's hard to explain. Yeah. It's like I'm copying. Difficult to explain, yeah, difficult to... Let me see what it looks like without the... That's on a layer. Wait. Why did that select? Oh. Oh, I baked in a lot of stuff in this one. I shouldn't have done that. Okay, that works for me. Oh, but there's a piece there. Hold on. There's a piece there that I don't want to bake in later. I'll layer that. Okay. And so... Oh, it's on this layer? What? Okay. Great cut. Okay. So, yeah, I'm just doing a pattern here, and then what I want to do is just copy pasta it. Because it's going to be the same thing. Right around here. I have to make it a little bigger. Maybe. And then I'll have to come up with the rest of the pattern. But something like that. I think. And then just clean it up a little bit so it's not so dark. Yeah, something like that. That's a little bit more visual noise. Some of these edges I'm going to soften. But even if they're going to be soft edges, I think I want some of them to be pixel perfect on top. And then that should work. And then just a little bit of blur. I think I want something very basic for the sides. Yes. Mm-hmm. Yeah, hopefully these patterns will make it look more real. Add enough visual confusion to the image that people will overlook the flaws. And I do want this sort of armrest. I don't know if you can even see it at that. Maybe it's pointless to put it in there. Perhaps I will just keep it as shapes. That might be. Are you gonna finish this today? It is my hope that I finish this today. If it's the case, then it's probably gonna, I want to say under 10 hours. Remember, most days I do at least an hour or two of study time. Which would mean, depending on how you look at it, the previous image, I either wasted a lot of time, or the way I choose to look at it is, I hit a tier. No, I wasted a lot of time with that one. That's okay. Not all pancakes take 3 minutes to fry. Some of them take like a month. I think I want to make this more oblong. And therefore, this will be more oblong. And I'll keep it as shapes so you can actually see it. Maybe not. Maybe I'll just stick to a very strong circle shape here, and then am I on, like, there's another layer there, I think. Yeah. What's this layer? What is this layer? Okay, so this, yeah, I'll merge these. Why not? And this is this part. I'll layer, we cut that. And then, so that I have some more. Yeah, I might stick with a strong circle shape, and then like, cause that one is more trouble than it's worth, I think. Like, it could be really nice, but it's so small that it doesn't really change the image much. But there might be a lot of pain to do something like that. I think I prefer to spend that time elsewhere. Don't really have a design for the sword yet. But I do want to like hide something in here. Perhaps, you know, some sort of circular shapes. In the form of runes, maybe. Say something like very dwarven runes. We'll do a third one just to make it more obscure. Yeah, third circle, a little bit more obscure this way. Otherwise, it's too easy, you know, it's too easy. It's a rocket ship. I'm trying to hide a rocket ship in here. Or is it an ice cream cone? Could also be an ice cream cone. Maybe I will double it here. No, you don't know if it's... some sort of runes, you know? Just runes. Just runes, man. But really, I don't really have a good design for the sword. I might just end up going with like very basic two-hander. Maybe with like runes and engravings. Oh, I think I might have made it a little bit crooked here. That's okay. Maybe one of these things in there? I have to make the thing perfect though. And it'll be up to me to hide it. Oh, you know what? Can I return to rotation? No, I don't think I can. Okay, whatever. I'm just gonna match. That's very close. Fairly close, I would say. What to call this sword? I don't know. Perfection. It's likely I will hide it in like maybe a little bit of like particle effects. I don't think I could leave it quite as apparent. But I think I could bake this design in. I just need some time to think about how to do it. Totally doable. Totally doable. Oh, mask the design in detail. something that obscures it a little bit, but I don't think anyone who has a Lenny face in their artwork can get hired for a job ever, so... But once I have the basic design, I can... Not sure I want to add like a late game light though. Might do it with like underlighting. Let's see. We'll see. I think one will be enough because it is a pain to do these. I'll just do like a good design. I think here. Oh, oops. Whoops. Whoops, 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 whoops. I think this should be a little bit higher. Might have to go back on that one. Cause the form got all screwed up.
Let me assure you that being here at this moment in time is no accident. As you may be aware by now, I've been searching for you for what seems a lifetime. The city is in a state of disorder, and the balance of freedom and power has been shifted. That power now lays in the hands of those who seek to control us all. The ones who control Solai.
Form is a little bit rough on this sword. I'll boil it down to basic shape for a little while. And then I will add form. I don't think you can grab this one. Usually, like, great swords, you can grab them. And then you do, like, a two-handed. Sometimes you grab the blade at the bottom. I don't think that's possible with this one, so... That's why there's usually, like, a handle that extends for European greatswords. They have, like... They have a handle that... It's almost part of the blade. You could use it to block. You could use it to, what's it called? This one is gonna be not that though. I see what's happening. It's because it's tilted. I see. I'll put the decal. I'll put it as a shape for now then. It's gonna be like a little bit of light from the bottom that'll allow me to do some of the shape. And then the rest of it. Having a little bit of trouble with this form because it peaks. Ooh, I might have to workshop this a little bit. Might have to workshop this a little bit before I can get shapes in there. Something like that. Because it's a shape that's like pointing downward. It's difficult to visualize and it's going to take a little bit of workshopping. What I might want to do also is find where I think the highest, like... No, wrong button. Damn it. No. Find where the highest likelihood of creating one of these flares is. And then... create a nice little flare there. Same thing here. Hello, cat. Full cat. Hello. You're a good cat. Frick.
You want to hang out tonight?
So, hide you.
Hang out?
Maybe. I'll think about it. Hey, Rick Bruno, what's up, dude? How's it going? Thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. Just doing some details today. Not really doing much else. It's gonna be like a lot of really small things. Today it's gonna be like going in there, getting like some details set up. But yeah, I hope you enjoy. Getting rid of some of the more like shocking like lines. What is this, a piece cake? trying to make it a little bit more palatable, I think. For anyone who doesn't enjoy the like brushworky look. Mostly going to be a lot of patching. Developing just a couple of things. Actually can't improve that ear. It seems like I actually want it to be like that. These hands came out kind of interesting because I redid them as like a sketch. And then I was like, whoa, this is way better than what I have. Okay. Almost to the point where I want to like copy the what I think makes them work, just like that strong red in that area where it kind of becomes the form almost. Or maybe even like corrections with red. Because I'm not super happy with the hands. One thing I want is like these hot highlights. I'm not sure how you get to keep those if you blend. I guess it's you don't, so it's gonna be one thing I'm gonna try to do is gonna keep those hot white highlights. Give me 1 second here. Got a phone call. Hello? Yes? I tried to make one. I did make one, but either was October 9th, I want to say. I wrote it now, but yeah. Thursday? Between 9:30 and 11. Sure. Yeah. Just write that down quick. Okay. Alrighty. Okay, thank you. I will see you then. You too. Yeah, I gotta go to get fingerprinted tomorrow. I think tomorrow would be best. Since they do have a slot. They didn't have anything, so I didn't schedule it. Gotta get fingerprinted. I'm working through his sausage fingers right now. This guy is an Italian vampire. He talks with his hands. He's got big sausage fingers. Yeah. So that's going good. I'm just doing like really small details. I'm trying to follow the forms here and maybe even pick up some of the forms for the fingers. Give them nice fingernails too. I feel like the fingernails are something I ignore a lot, but they're like pretty important. Never ignore the fingernails. So I remember learning this little form here. But then I feel like the forms of the fingers got crunched or messed up. Because they don't match the It's okay, I'm gonna fix it, but it does seem like some of the forms are very wonky. I can't stay up today. I gotta like go to sleep early instead of going to sleep at 2 o'clock every day. But is the gesture good? That's like what I'm most worried about is like I'd rather have them incorrect than the gesture be good. Because I can always kind of fix things. Can't really fix gesture. Once it's screwed, it's screwed. The only way to fix the gesture then becomes redoing the gesture, and that's not really fixing, that's doing the thing again. very small changes.
Couch. You want the couch, cat wants the couch.
I think I made the hand a little bit fat here. Might have to cut into like here. And then maybe it's the pinky finger here. I bring it in a little bit. That sort of work. The face looks weird. Wrong. It's exaggerated because like the rest of the image is far away. Wrong. Face looks fine. I mean, like weird how. Gonna have to give me something more to go on. but I honestly haven't touched it for a little while, so maybe it could use a couple fingers on it. The general construction of the face? That's too general of a critique. I don't know what the general construction of the face is. Looks good to me. Oh. It's like the glow in the dark eyes. That might be a little bit off-putting. Come back when you have something concrete. Because there could be things wrong with it. The general construction of the face doesn't really do anything for me. It is a vampire, you know. It's got vampiric facial feature. Ain't got time for that. Rip. Well. You figure it out. Let me know. Always interested. I'm interested right now in the general construction of the hands, actually. Totally got me, like, fucking... I was doing the hands. He distracted the shit out of me. What's this for? It's just personal work. Just personal work, man. Stuff I sort of like to draw, I guess. But yeah, how's it going? Whew. Detail and stream today. A bit more light on its hair, I think, here. So that there's a form change. a form change. Another thing is the hands. More details on the hands. Just want like little blood decals. Blood texture. Might want to just nudge up the... This part I think might be too long. So I just nudge this up a little bit. Getting rid of the outline as well. I just not in love with this pinky. That might be slightly better. Might also... deform it a little bit. Hmm. I think I like the Finky, but not the rest of the hand now. Maybe I'll reform it one more time. Hmm. Maybe more like that. I feel like it should be more to the side. Painful finger painting. Like, even though I know what I'm doing, sometimes it's just like painful pregnancy. think I made it too fat. Very fat pinky. Compared to the other fingers. That's easy solve just by cutting. It's not bad. Fingers always take me a while. I think I'll leave the other hand a little bit more abstract. Clearly better, but like still things that I want to solve. Hey Fire Onyx, how's it going? Welcome back. Just been doing hands this whole time. Well, not this whole time, but a large portion of it. The hand is bloody, yes it is. Identifying blood. Is it bloody? Yes. Extremely tired, been tidying the house. Oh, I was supposed to clean today, but my wife did most of it, and I was just like butt mad about it. Gotta make time for cleaning things. Well, I do everything around the house while my mother complains about stuff and sits drinking, cursing at me. Well, that's how it goes. If you don't do something, I bet you she'll like, oh, you never do anything around here. Classic. Classic. By everything, I mean everything. I do some of the chores. I don't do everything. I do most of the cooking. Laundry most of the time. Some days I'm like, I'll do it tomorrow. She's like, no, must have laundry today. Laundry Nazi. Just gotta move out, you know? Their house, their rules. That's how it works. If you do move out, they'll want you to come back, though. Like, oh, come back. No one helps me. Sometimes I didn't have ingredients to cook, so I buy food for me, and then she comes complaining that I didn't give anything to her. Oh. Work is hard to find. I still don't have a PC. Yeah, work is very difficult. I need to get fingerprinted for my job. I'm gonna do it tomorrow, actually. They called me and they're like, we want you to get fingerprinted. So that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go get my fingerprints. Been searching for a job for almost 3 years. Oof. What, like just retail? Anything that could get you like by for a little while. I usually found like they're easy to do jobs. They don't pay all that much, but they can get you into better jobs. So, you know, you gotta start somewhere. What I can get, I will accept. Ooh. Shoot, good luck. I know that you don't live like in a metropolitan area, so that it's like kind of tough to get jobs there. I don't know about this like form, man. That's not working. This one too. Just not. I'm not into the form I made. Just not into it, and. Try again. Oh, you know what? That finger does not work that way. Whoops. It's a little better. I was able to get into a higher education, zoology, but my head was a mess, and soon after I went to the hospital. Maybe in the future, now I gotta get the hell out. Yeah, you can always return to education. I figured it would be like impossible, but it's... I see people do it all the time, and so it definitely is doable. Just gotta save up a little bit, and then, you know, maybe even work while. Right now it's even easier because you can get like remote streaming service. You can get your degree from Netflix at this point. It's like equivalent. My question was, why can't they have, like, now that everything is like remote, why can't you have like an infinite amount of people in what's called in Harvard? Because like if the classes are literally remote, I guess there would be some things like you would have to do like standardized testing only, and then it would have to be only computer graded. But I think that happens anyway. So like the only other reason why you can't have everybody go to Harvard is because like someone has to in on my language it's turn the cogwheels, but I don't know. Кто-то должен гайки крутить. Someone has to. That's why. But yeah, it feels like it's such a waste to pay full price for remote internet education. Like, what? Thing is, it's not good to work while studying because it's so much. I would be forced to stay. Yeah, it is. Yeah, you would like. The only thing you could do is like part-time, I think. I think that hand is fine. I think I'm worried over nothing. The other one is more abstract, and it looks fine. I always get confused when you change language. Good. Good. Necesita personas que trabajan y personas que comen. Trabajan, probably. My Spanish is like, I think I want to pick up this line a little bit because it's. I realized what the perspective was, like after doing it, and I'm like, I could make this a little bit better. I forgot I was talking. Was doing 1 point while doing 1 point. Oh God. Yeah, I don't know. Like whenever I listen to Portuguese in like sometimes it comes up on like Reddit or something. There'll be like Portuguese threads. and then they'll have like a video, and usually it's like the video speaks for itself, so you don't really need. But I'm disgusted by your language. I'm sorry, but it's true. I I like I can't hide it. I don't like Portuguese. It sounds like they're like there's a lot of like these sounds that I don't like. I don't know. Is that strange? I feel like it's strange, but yeah, some languages I can't can't listen to for a very long time because it starts to kill my ears. Chinese is one. Portuguese for sure. It sounds similar to Spanish, but it really, really doesn't. Like Spanish I can listen to for a while, and that's totally fine. Like just like English. The first phrase I learned in Spanish was "Un chico fue en la buseta." Fue. I don't remember that verb, but it sounds like fumar. Fuego, hot. Don't remember that verb. My Spanish is rusty. I usually look up verbs when I'm like writing something. Yeah. Spanish is El Rustio. I want to leave some of that red, even though there's no reason for it. It kind of like blends into the underpainting, and it's fine. There really shouldn't be any like highlights here, though. Should be like mostly. It sounds to the Brazilians like a dick went to the vagina. Oh god. In Spanish, it's boy went to something. Oh wait, fue is. Oh god, I forgot that ear is so irregular that you can't even like pin it down. Gotta go, mother's back. All right, man. Have fun. Enjoy your time. You know what? Some of these. Some of these forms I won't be able to resolve today. Like the back, I think. I'm not sure. Today I did a lot of details. A lot of really small details, a lot of like piecing things together. Oops. I think I have to like take it as a shape and then conform it, because otherwise it's too. I might have to make it like a new layer, and then you take it and then. Ooh. No. No. I need you to go like over there. Oops. A little bit like this, and then also like, yeah. Probably put that in there somewhere, maybe. What was I drawing with? Oh yeah, here we go. Thank God for the last brush panel. Nothing worse than like drawing with the same brush for a while and then like getting the hang of it, like kind of like figuring out what you want to do, and then you totally forget which brush you were using. I want to have a little bit of like underlighting here. And I want to just go through the center of the form and give it a little bit even more of that shadow, or God, of that light. Brain not work. I'm gonna like brain. And I'm starting to like morph some of this form to go down. And same thing here. This one should conform more. Should get morphed like this. The other thing is I want to maybe add a little bit of that blue. That usually helps metals. That's always like risky. Risky. Um, I'm still thinking of how to break up the swarm in his arm. Because I do want there to be like break up there. Maybe more like this. And then maybe I'll add some straps. Yeah, this form has to be broken up. Oh. Still kind of struggling with it. Struggle snuggle. What I might do is add like cloth to it. And so you have like some of the cloth coming out. Maybe not. I don't know. Struggling with it. It just looks too simple when it's a tin can.
Gino.
What? Oh, it's 6 o'clock. Fuck. I've lost track of time. Maybe I'll do a second stream when I get back, because I still feel like I want to draw today. And I'm very close to finishing this thing. But I do have to eat. I've forgotten that I require assistance. Whoops. I'll take care of this. Leave this form to me. I'll take care of it. It'll have to be later today or tomorrow. But there's some. I did some things today. I did things. Let's see. It's very small things. It's not very big things. So it looks like hardly anything was done, but it's actually a lot of stuff that was changed. Mostly for the better. I think I want to screw with his arm a little bit more. But I mean, like, there's a lot of like good details there that, like the sword, for instance, very nice. Very nice. That looks good. The hand looks good. Everything else, you know, I'll take it step by step, and then we'll see. But yeah, thank you guys for coming by. I appreciate you. Either today, later, or join me tomorrow early in the morning for more perspective. We'll start the duplication process, which is a pretty important one for perspective. So